I'm about to play the Classical Shield Arena. This is a 10-hour long tournament. It started... We're actually almost at the halfway point. It started about 5 hours ago. So I haven't played Classical in a while. I'm actually curious. Yeah, my Classical rating is 24-23, but I've played so few Classical games. Lichess calls me provisional. So I guess it's questioning the accuracy of my rating. I've only played 152 Classical games on Lichess. Does it share my most recent one? Best victory. So I've never beat someone higher rated than me in Classical. The one other thing I wanted to check were... I checked like the leaderboards. Maybe just bullet. Leaderboard. Here we go. So Classical. Ooh. So if I can get a legitimate rating, I would be within the top 20. Okay, so I have a goal this tournament, is to become non-provisional in Classical. Okay, playing perpixel, also provisional. I'll start with e4. I'm gonna probably play more serious chess this stream, so no ortho schnapp. I'll play my main, like what used to be my main weapon is a Tarash
There's a funny
variation.
comment here. Never mind.
Thanks for that, Wonka Vader.
Happy 2 months.
So this was an opening I learned when I was like 9 or 10 years old. My first chess coach taught me this, is to play f4, build a big center. The main line usually goes c5, c3, knight c6, and then knight df3. And it's important to move this knight to f3 rather than this knight, because this knight usually goes to e2 or h3. And queen b6 is playable. I also unleash the bishop. It is a bit weird, like you don't see too many other openings where you move the knight to d2 and f3 before moving any of the other pieces. But it should be justified. Thank you, NATO Nate. Happy 2 months. Capo Greco, welcome back. Tio Twaki, good to see you. Lock TJ from London. I was just in London a few weeks ago. Maybe I'll get a London in the stream. Hey, it's Blue Jay. Thank you, Blue Jay. Shout out to Blue Jay. Blue Jay official. Appreciate the raid. I just started the stream. This is my first game. Wait, did that work? There we go. My bot can be a little bit slow sometimes. Oh, where was the chess club that you went to in London? It was called London Chess Community. And where did I link it? I linked it in my YouTube video. If you find the YouTube video of why I stopped posting, it's linked in that description. Yeah, London has a very nice chess scene. There's a good handful of clubs that meet on a regular basis. Also, I hope the audio is okay. I forgot to check. I have my fan turned on. I have like it's supposed to be a silent fan. Maybe people can tell my hair is blowing a little bit. But the fan is kind of blowing into the mic, but it's the backside of the mic.
Much love from Israel, Eric.
Oh, audio is fine. Okay. Good to hear. Hey, thanks for the love. I'm Kozak. Subbing for 11 months. Yeah, normally I would like to play a3.
Hi, Eric.
Like after knight c6, I would have played a3, but okay, here I guess I'll complete development.
Thanks for being such an inspiration.
Oh, thank you, Blue Jay official. Subbing for 10 months. Yeah, shout out again, Blue Jay official. I feel like we played at some point in the last like 6 months. We had some crazy game in a Vienna? Like some Vienna Gambit? Trying to remember if I put that on YouTube. Oh yeah, it used to be AKA Blue Jay or Blue Jail. Okay, so this is essentially the ideal setup. And the fact that I've traded off my bad bishop makes me even happier. And yeah, black is holding on to the bad
It's nearly
bishop.
spring, we need oh no my cue. Tank tops to go running around London in.
Tank tops are, that's actually a good suggestion. There's a good chance I'll be coming out with like a lightweight hoodie soon. Which is a little bit lighter than the current hoodie option. But a tank top should be very doable. I want to make a do you even rook lift bro tank top. I'll look into that. So knight a5, yeah, knight c4 can be typical. Usually in these French positions, black wants to play on the queen side. B3 is a move. If this were blitz, I would probably play b3. But because it's classical, it can take some time here. I mean, there's knight g5, like, right away. Hitting h7, but then h6. The more I'm looking at b3, the more I'm liking it. Because what does black do? Like, this is black's only active idea, which is actually a little bit annoying. Yeah, let's just play b3. No reason to take too much time. I'm fantasizing about some like queen e3 and then Greek gift. Bishop h7, knight g5, and then queen h3.
Hello from Spain.
Oh, hello from St. Louis. Welcome back to Insetti. Hey, it's Can the Caro Win. I was on your stream yesterday. Can the Caro Win was streaming some fun word game. Shout out to Caro. Tio Twagi asking, for lower A players, how do you handle playing against people who have never played the moves you imagined? It might take a moment to understand the question and to understand black's last move. Not sure if I imagined this move. I mean, the idea is to play knight b4, queen b4, probably. If I play a3, then b3 is a bit loose. I'm thinking I'll just castle here. d4 is still well defended. And now if queen b4, it's no longer a pin. I could play queen e3. And if knight b4, I'd probably play bishop b1, just to avoid any trades. There's a rule in chess, kind of a positional principle. When you have a space advantage, you should not trade minor pieces. Black going for some more active play. Oh, thank you, Matt Black Matt. Welcome back. Appreciate the gifted subs. I think we're reaching a point where I'll probably just start ignoring black's play Like I'm beginning to calculate here. Queen e3, a4, bishop h7, king h7, knight g5, king g8, queen here. The problem is if the rook moves, I don't have the usual queen f7, but I have queen h7, king f8, queen h8, king e7 takes, and then this pawn is weak. But then there's rook f8, f5, knight d4. I don't know what's going on there. There's also f5 right away. Could also play more prophylactically. Something like
What do you think of London? Did you discover any hidden gems
a4.
while you were there?
I did. I'll talk about it more after I make my next move. Not used to playing classical chess. A lot of time to deliberate. Maybe like rook b1 doesn't make sense because it allows knight b4. a3? a3, queen b3, rook b1, queen a4, bishop b5. That traps a queen. I'm thinking a3. I think a lot of people would just like focus on the king side, which maybe is a better approach. But I like a3. The point is to respond with to a4 with b4, and then the queen side's a bit locked down. And once I can lock down the queen side, then I can start focusing on the king side. Something weird happening with the lighting? What's going on? Is that my display or is that actually my like color flickering? Also, I have some questions to address from chat. Now it seems to be okay. Thank you, Richard Justice. First time Prime sub. Oh yeah, Q Bensis asking hidden gems in London. Yeah, my favorite thing I probably did was I had afternoon tea at the Stafford London Hotel. It was amazing. It's like a very luxurious hotel next to Buckingham Palace. I didn't stay there because rooms are like £400 or £500 a night. But the afternoon tea, it came in like a 3-story thing, and I don't even know what you call it. I have pictures though. Photos. Afternoon tea.
Hey Eric. So glad to catch a stream. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you? Triswis, welcome back. Okay, here is my hidden gem experience. Oh, queen b3. Okay, so rook fb1. Yeah, Black's about to lose a queen. It's not an immediate queen trap because queen a4, but bishop b5 is coming. Yeah, here was
Is it named after the Stafford Gambit or the London system?
No, I don't know the history. It was named after London City. I reached out to them asking if they would be willing to like put me up in a room for free, but unfortunately, it didn't quite work out. Thank you, Matt Black Matt, for the 2,000 bits. It's very kind, and thank you, Triswis, gifting to Pumpkin Cat and Jadoob. Ah, Jadoob as in like adjusting. wonder how many people who only play online chess know of Jadoob. It's one of those things you don't have to do online. But in tournament chess, if a piece is off center and you want to adjust it, then to avoid the touch move rule, you can say adjust or Jadoob. Stafford Hotel Gambit declined. Yeah. Yeah, I wrote an email to it was like social media or marketing department sharing the fact that I've made a lot of content on Stafford, Gambit, and London Opening. And they said that like it was interesting, but they're not doing deals with influencers. Hey, thank you, Blue Jay. Okay, opponent realized their queen is a goner. So now I'm up a queen. And I'll still have a good amount of attacking potential. And black's pieces are very, very restricted. Like, how does black develop? The bishop can't move. Both knights are restricted by my things. The rooks aren't connected. F6 makes sense. So I'm considering F5, takes and then takes. Probably no reason. Yeah, gradually improve here. If black plays F5, then I'll go for the G4 plan. And if takes, then yeah, knight F4, knight G5 can come, etc., etc. I think when I return to London, I do want to stay at the Stafford Hotel. It's one of these bucket list items. But afternoon tea was a good starting point. And in the hotel, they had a photo of the queen. I posted this on Instagram, but I couldn't resist posing with the "Oh no, my queen" merch. Okay, rook f7. Now f5 looks really attractive. Because the issue for black is that I'm very likely to get a pawn to e6. Yeah, if takes, I push, and if takes, I take. I wonder if the queen has an "Oh no, my Eric" shirt. Yeah, maybe not so likely. Thank you, Nor Viking, subbing for the first time. Okay, knight f8's a good move because it reinforces e6. Now I think it's time to liquefy the king side a little bit. Hey, the ice, welcome back. Stephen Willie, welcome back. Yeah, for everyone just joining, this is my first game of the stream. It's slower, more chill chess today. I'm trying to get an established classical rating on Lichess. Yeah, because if you don't play enough games, your rating turns provisional. So I don't know how many games it'll take to get an established rating. Thank you, It's Spike. First time Prime sub. Oh, also for everyone just joining, yeah, Black's queen got a little bit destroyed out of the opening. Black took a poison pawn. I didn't even say, oh no, my pawn. I played a3. I thought it was a nice positional move. And then the queen ended up regretting its life decisions. The point was if queen a4, bishop b5. Thank you, Muzzer. And Ox Spartan gifting to Squibs. So now I have to prove why a queen is more valuable than a rook. Also have to prove why these pieces can overpower these pieces. So very simple threat of taking the pawn. Also some idea knight h5. And meanwhile, the bishop's still a bit stuck. I'm controlling e6, so bishop e6 is hard to play. We might see knight e7 defending the pawn. But after knight e7, then knight h5, and the rook is a bit tied down to the knight. And if rook f7, there's knight e5, and then I'll be controlling all these squares with the knights. And that would be nice. I see the comment from PAG 2016 recommending the, how do we say this? Lingam Hotel or Longam Hotel. Great location, amazing restaurant. Yeah, it was nice to anticipate this
Let
move.
me say it bluntly, you're beautiful, it's true.
Oh, thank you, Freeberg. You're beautiful too. Subbing for 10 months. Why is your hair flying? I got one of these special haircuts that after they cut my hair, they put some gel in it to make it fly. Oh, but actually, can I show it? Here's my fan. It's one of these like desk fans. It was like $10 on Amazon. But sometimes the room gets hot, and I use this to keep cool. And there's different settings. I can make it blow more. But then it's a little bit louder, so I don't know how that affects audio. I think the first setting is reasonable. I'm using a noise suppression filter, so yeah, maybe the change in audio isn't noticeable at all. Okay, so this is a free knight. No mercy this game. I still want to get this knight in and control all the squares. But there's also a threat of knight f6. And black's still really tied down. Bishop's tied down to the pawn. Rook's tied down to the mating square. If knight here, I win a pawn. I'm trying to imagine the most likely mate. It probably involves this and this and this. Okay, black resigns. Yeah, that was a feel-good game. I played an opening that I really haven't played in a while. Like, if we look at my... Wait, what? Oh, no! Another game
What's up,
started.
Eric?
Okay, I don't have time to analyze. But, I think I covered most of the main points during the game. I had the tournament open in another tab. Hey, I gained a rating point, but I'm still provisional. Hey, Cap Attack. Thanks for subbing for 7 months. Okay, I want to play something new and fresh. Let's play c5. I usually play like Budapest or Queen's Gambit Declined or Nimzo, but c5, it's a bit more confrontational. We might transpose into some sort of like Sicilian type position. Like if white plays this and this, it's a Marazzi bind. Like we could get some accelerated dragon.
Best 15 months of entertainment.
Oh, thank you, 6TV. Happy 15. Capo Greco's asking, is this not a Sicilian? Yeah, not technically, because white hasn't played e4. But whenever there's a early c for d pawn trade, it can still resemble a Sicilian. And I probably won't end up having a choice like what Sicilian setup to choose between dragon or classical or like Taimanov type pin variation or maybe some Sveshnikov type thing. So yeah, it's a very flexible setup. And depending what white does, I'll probably have a like different options to consider. Oh, if white had taken the pawn. Yeah, it's not so common for white to take the pawn. Queen a5 would be a move. I would actually be inclined to play knight a6 and recapture with a knight. Or maybe even this or this to recapture with bishop. But yeah, there's usually a lot of different ways to win back the pawn if white takes too early. More common is d5. And then we could have gone into like some Benoni type position. I was actually going to play e5, which is, I think they call it the Czech Benoni. It's an opening that Ben Feingold enjoys. Would you play Stafford Gambit at this time control? I wasn't planning to, but now that you mention it, I'll consider it. But I want to play some like reasonable non-Gambit openings as well. Are you going to play this whole arena? Well, there's just less than 5 hours left. Probably not. I'll probably get tired at some point. And classical chess can be more tiring than other types of chess. I'll see. I'll probably end up streaming for a couple hours. I will try and mix up the openings too. I see a suggestion for King's Indian. Jerome Gambit. Probably no Jerome this stream. E3. Yeah, E3 is a little bit passive.
Hi, thanks for the stream and thanks for the anti-Philidor tips a while back.
Oh, thank you. Lentil AoE. Yeah, E3 kind of just blocks the bishop, but it's a hard move to punish. I'm considering either this move or this move. I think I'll play E5. Just expand quickly. And if it takes, I take back with the B pawn, and then maybe eventually go for D5. There is knight B5 going for knight D6. But then, yeah, I would either have pawn D6 or pawn D5. Okay, so white's traded off the only developed piece. And helped me strengthen the center a little bit. So things are going decently well. There's some small advantages to work with. Now it's a question, do I play d5 right away? Because after takes, there's bishop e5, and probably don't want to allow that. Debating where this bishop should go. Because with the pawn on e3, it's not that impressive on c5. So maybe bishop b4. a3 pre-moved. Is my opponent stream sniping? Now I want to take. Oh, there's also queen a5 though, which is interesting. Queen a5, bishop d2 though. If I play this, and b4, I kind of lose a tempo. Okay, take, castle. White prepared with the pre-moves. a3 is not the type of move you pre-move in a classical game.
Eric Quick. e4, e5, nf3, nf6, bc4, bc5, nx6,
Wait,
North
knight takes
Carolina
e6 is...
6,
Wait, what?
nxf7, what do I do? P.S. I already lost the game after x7, so this is for future reference in Rosen stat.
Wait, knight takes e5, I assume you mean. Not knight takes e6. Also, okay, c5 allows this move. Both pawns are waiting to be
Yay.
consumed by the queen. Yay. Wait, e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. Bishop c4, bishop c5. I assume knight e5. Oh, you play queen e7. Oh, it's like a Traxler. Bishop f2 looks interesting there. And queen e7 looks playable, but... Actually, that's a really cool line. Wow. I'm going to look into that after the game. Because the variation that Startle Qubit shared, I've never even thought of, but it's like when the opponent declines a Stafford, you can trick them into a Traxler. Actually sounds really cool. But I kind of want to investigate if it's any good. Because it does seem dubious. Okay, f3. I'll play d5. Not sure what the point of... Maybe white wanted to play e4. I can win another pawn.
Hey Eric. Ciao from Erica, Emma, and Gianluca in Italy. We love you.
Oh, I love you too. Ciao. Oh, welcome back, Erica, Amy. Appreciate that. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know so much Italian. The main Italian words I know are like fianchetto, panziani, pasta. Hey, it's Balankaya. I'm not sure if that's Dina or Dina's sister, but shout out to the Balankaya. Appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, it was both. Oh, shout out to both. Yeah, welcome, welcome. If you're just joining, I'm doing some slower, instructive classical chess. Dreaming of mating on f2. I'm also attacking the bishop. Is the bishop trapped? The bishop's trapped. I'm attacking it twice. Okay, might as well take this. And now if queen digs knight, it's mate in 1. Wait, Dina has a brother too? I didn't know that. Hey, I gained a point. Okay. Good game to my opponent. It's a reasonably feel good game.
I just had my first oh no my queen in the Stafford today. Thanks for teaching me it, smile.
Nice to hear. Mark Shark. Subbing for 13 months. Also, thank you, Eddie Brando. So, let me try and share some lessons from this game. Yeah, so this position, normally white should play knight c3. Just a more kind of principled developing move, and then prepare e4. d5 was also like the most common move. And then I was actually curious in this position about queen d6. Okay, black's already better according to the engine. Because queen d6 looks a little bit annoying. But I was just going to play this and this. Or maybe eventually this. So, what did I want to do? Oh, I wanted to look at the variation shared by Startle Qubit. Okay, so first of all, I've encountered this position 201 times on Lichess. And oh, that's funny. So the move that was shared, bishop c5, I've encountered twice, or I've played twice as black. I've lost both times. But the cool idea would be, rather than castling, is to take. Wait a minute. What was the line? Knight takes e5. Oh, knight c6 here. Yeah, knight c6 is like a... It's definitely not the best move, but it's really intriguing. Okay, engine says white's better. I wonder if the engine doesn't fully understand this position, though, because this is very Traxler-like. Because similar to Traxler, you allow them to take, and then, yeah, bishop f2. So Startle Qubit played queen e7, apparently. But this looks really fun. 94. I guess the issue is black winning. Or is black just not easily losing. I was thinking queen... Wait, queen f6. Queen f3. Let's look at queen h4, threatening this. Queen f3? Knight d4. Some crazy moves here. So g3. Yeah, we're exploring unexplored territory
Exclamation
here.
mark up time.
Queen f6. Oh yeah, my uptime is 42 minutes and 10 seconds. Also, thank you, Yellow Zip. And, oh, Al Hashmi, welcome back. Queen f3 hangs a queen. Queen f1. Yeah, it's an interesting position. Wow, look at this line. Takes, and castling. And the thing is pinned. The problem is black's down the exchange at the end of the line. After the trade. You look like a model in one of those shampoo commercials with their hair majestically blowing in the wind. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, this is my tryout for shampoo commercials. Anyway, let's move on. 2 out of 2. I've gained 2 points this tournament. Entered the top 1,000. Thank you, I Freestyle Life. First time Prime sub. So there's almost 2,300 players playing. This is part of Lichess's like monthly shield tournaments. So the winner of the tournament gets a shield trophy for the coming month. And yeah, I'm not really trying to win the tournament. I'm just trying to have fun, instructive games. Okay, someone earlier wanted a King's Indian, which I guess I'll play against a London. But this won't be mainline King's Indian. I'll include c5. Yeah, c5 is a way to try and just chisel away at the structure. I'll take immediately. And generally, black will play a setup with d6 and then, assuming white takes with e-pawn, one of the plans is to go for d6 and e5. Remind me later. I don't even use Stream Deck. But apparently we have Stream Deck software installed here. Another idea in these sort of positions for black is to play, okay, usually castling is included, but is to go for this and target the b pawn in combination with this, this, and this. But I'll start with castling. Just staying flexible. Do you ever play French? Very rarely. In tournament chess, I've played French, I believe, just twice in my life. But the first game of this tournament, I played against the French. It's more common to play against the French as white for me. Okay, d6. There is a longer term idea of forking. If I can get an e5. e5, e4.
Eric Kive missed
Hey,
you.
it's Hector Bass.
Finding it hard to find the time to watch chess streams, but yours is still my favorite of them all.
Oh, thanks so much.
Lots of hugs and quacks, less than 3.
I appreciate that. Good to see you. Yeah, recently I've been streaming like late evenings Central Time, which maybe isn't the most ideal time for European viewers. Also, thank you, Toad's Chess. First time Prime sub. Also, thanks for the comment, Dakota Want Begum. Watch on YouTube, first time watching live. Yeah, welcome to all of those who have migrated from YouTube. Okay, yeah, usually the bishop is better on e2 for the reason of e5, e4, but it still takes some work to make progress here. Also, thank you, Startle Cubit. Gifting 50 subs. That's a lot of sub gifts. Thanks so much. Yeah, that's huge. If you were gifted a sub, say thank you. Or use the thank you emote. Really appreciate that. Okay, I'll play knight c6. That's another just flexible developing move. Supports e5. Because currently white has too many things targeting e5. And all the software wants to update. Just do it later. Oh, is there a way to watch the stream from the beginning? There is, well... Oh, we played. Oh, it's PR 422. Yeah, you can go to the VOD on Twitch. I'm also making a habit of uploading full streams to YouTube, which is why we have the extra command. This is my extra YouTube channel. Have a schedule now of posting 3 full streams every week. Oh, Startle Qubit cheering 100 bits, but it's going to take some time for, for the message to pop up. Rook e1. I'll go for queen here. It's going to be really hard to get e5 in. Although I should calculate. Takes. I could throw in knight h5. If I play queen b6 immediately, there's queen b3. Yeah, I think I'll play bishop e6. It does look strange because I'm kind of just giving up on the idea of playing e5 by putting the bishop in front of the pawn. But the point is I'm setting up queen b6 and I'm preventing queen b3. So if I get in this move next, it's a question how white defends a pawn. And what I would like to do is provoke the queen to move to c2 and then have rook c8. The ideas of this or this. Hey, it's Pam. Welcome back, Pam. I'm doing well. Yeah, it's an earlier stream than usual. But, yeah, it's a classical shield arena today. So having some more slow-paced, hopefully instructive chess. Startle Qubit said, my subs don't earn you as much of different prices, different countries. Yeah, I still really appreciate it. I know Twitch like recently changed their sub pricing depending what country you're in. But yeah, any support is very much appreciated. Also, thank you, Jason. Subbing for 2 months. Spaceberry asking hot tub stream when? Well, I'm going to Iceland in a few weeks. And they have a lot of like natural hot tubs there. So maybe I'll find... Do I stream from the Blue Lagoon? They have different types of lagoons though. Blue Lagoon, Sky Lagoon, Secret Lagoon. Have you ever played Levy in classical OTB? Twice. We drew both games. First time I played them was like 2010, I want to say. It was a Washington International in Rockville, Maryland. Okay, queen b6, knight c4 hits the queen and defends the pawn. So I'm calculating queen b6, knight c4, takes. Rook b1, I take on c3, I lose b7. Oh, but then the bishop's hit. Yeah, this looks quite reasonable. White has a move b4, but that's a bit weakening to c3. Allow for knight d5. So knight b3, which does defend the pawn. But now a5 looks nice. Very simply going for a4. And now both the knight and the pawn are the clear targets. And yeah, I was going to say a4, it prevents me from playing a4, but it leaves the knight undefended. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a little bit of pressure build up to provoke the opponent to blunder. Although I'm not sure what white should have done there. Maybe queen c2. Hold things together. Okay, I'll go for rook e8. Now that my bishop's not in the way of the e-pawn, I can maybe prepare e5. Thank you, the Sly 9. Subbing with Prime. Brady Corrigan asking, how many channel points do I need to request a cooking stream? I don't have a redemption defined for that yet. Out of my, 4.5 years of streaming, I think I've done one cooking stream. It's actually on YouTube, too. It's on my Clips channel.
What was the opening of this game? I don't understand how your C and his e-pawn was traded and nothing else.
Well, it was in London. I had played c5, and he had a structure like this, and after takes, takes.
I feel like it's understated how much just plain watching chess helps.
Wait, who said that? Oh, that was .jason. Yeah, a lot of people learn from just like
Eric,
watching
you are the glue holding my life
on Twitch
together.
or YouTube. Oh, does that make me sticky? Thank you, Von Koys. Or am I dry glue? I don't know what I would prefer. Wait, okay, what to do here? I'm just up a piece. Maybe e5 now. Yeah, let's play e5. Threatening the fork. I'm okay with the trade. I'm also just threatening to take the pawn, too. Thank you, Kakikuru Kobe. I was really scared of pronouncing that name. But how'd I do? Kakikuru Kobe. Oh, Vampire Chicken with the cooking stream link. Here we go. Okay. As we wait for my opponent to move, here's a cooking stream. Edited by Vampire Chicken.
I'm gonna make avocado toast.
Oh man.
On a croissant. My goal is just not to set the place on fire or break anything. Okay, one beautiful croissant. Avocados are very deceiving because when you cut it, it looks like at first there's one, but then when you cut it, there's two of them.
Yeah, I still don't understand avocados.
Okay, so we have our things.
This is all live stream, by the way. It was so difficult.
The question is, can I crack an egg without getting messy? The timer's going off. There's so much pressure. And usually the way I fry an egg
isn't my move? No. Okay, I should have the board still visible.
I add a little bit of oil. You could add butter too. Just something that will keep things, I don't even know cooking terms. We'll keep things oily, I guess. So here's a croissant. Try and cut it evenly. Have our beautiful 2 pieces of croissant. And this will act as a bed for the egg and the avocado. And then in the meantime, I can actually put the croissant in. It's all about getting the timing down. I will say my egg cracking success rate is probably 80 to 90%. So there's a small chance I'll butcher this.
Ooh.
That's not too bad.
Okay. If people want to watch the whole thing, link is somewhere in the chat. Okay, how to do this? I want to take the pawn. But white has 3 defenders. I could play e4. e4, knight g5, h6. The thing with e4, it kind of closes the position. Another idea is to take. Yeah, I think I'll just take and trade everything. I'm imagining a position like after takes, I play bishop d5, hitting the knight, and then consequently puts more pressure on the pawn. Yeah, I'd be down to do another cooking stream at some point. Although, what would I cook? I need to broaden my repertoire of cooking.
My son wants to learn chess, but he has a hard time focusing. How do I teach him? He is 2 weeks old.
Oh, what? I was gonna give a serious recommendation, but you might want to wait a few years. Or a few more weeks. Yeah, you might want to wait until like he's capable of opening his eyes. The 2 weeks, can you? Yeah, what are babies capable at 2 weeks? Okay, if I take, let's take with check first. And then take on d4. There's yeah, usually when people ask about like good resources for kids, I have a couple go-to like online places. Of course, chesskid.com. But I think the suggested age range for that is like 4 years old to 12, 4 to 12. And then there's a company, Chess at 3. I think they're based in New York, but they have like a whole curriculum for preschoolers. My unborn son has learned the Stafford. I wonder how many unborn babies are watching right now. Yeah, I learned how to play chess when I was 7, like right before I turned 8. So maybe I was a late bloomer compared to some people. Another resource I was going to recommend for kids is this chessboard I used recently in a YouTube video. It was called Chess Up. And they're... Where was it? Go to my YouTube channel. Yeah, this board. In the video, I played against the AI, but I think the board has like a lot of cool applications for teaching like kids who don't know how to play. Okay, rook c8. Yeah, or you can buy a Levy course. Oh, talk more about the chessboard. I'll share the link in the chat, but basically the way it works is there's an app and then it connects via Bluetooth. And then when you touch a piece, it will like highlight legal moves. There's a lot of different features with like analysis and play against AI. You can play against other people like online too. So it's an interesting interactive tool. Oh, are the pieces nice? Yeah, the pieces are definitely nicer than other random boards I played on, like non-smart boards. I'm trying to remember if they're a decent weight. They're not too heavy. Yeah, the board is definitely like a more luxury product though, because it's what I think the original cost is like $400, but I think it was marked down to 350. And I do have a coupon code too. Do I have a chess up command? Ah, I should make a chess up command. Commands add chess up. Wait, what? Oh, we do have a command. Oh, Nightbot was a little bit slow. Yeah, I am like an affiliate for them, so I get a commission through the link. But I also help people save on their order too, because there is a coupon code. Ooh, do I have this move? Rook c4. Rook c4 is a pork, because I take advantage of the pin, and it's also a fork. Spicy Pickle asking, what instructions do you give the barber during a haircut? I said make it fly. And now my hair is kind of flying. Or it's trying to fly. Yeah, again, for the for those who missed my explanation earlier, I have a fan that it keeps me cool. Just because I'm not cool enough. This is not my biggest fan. This is my smallest fan. Biggest fan is maybe somewhere in Twitch chat. Twitch chat can fight amongst themselves to be my biggest fan. All right, let's take a pawn. Okay, so queens are traded. The way to win a position like this is to just keep simplifying, which, yeah, I might as well force to trade the bishops and enjoy the fact I have the extra knight. This move is probably expected. Okay, so I have a passed pawn. I'm starting with this move just to keep the king card off. And there's some idea like knight e4, attack f2, and if f3, I play knight g3. And then maybe even I create some mating net with like a pawn, knight, and then rook. Ooh. Okay, let's start pushing the pawn. Eric, do you do any Reddit review? I don't. I don't think my subreddit is big enough. And I'm not so active on it. Maybe someday. If it turns into a larger community. Okay, so looking to go to one of these squares. Also allowing the king to come in. Wait, fans actually heat up the surrounding air. Heat dissipation from electricity. But it still feels like the fact that air is blowing on me, it cools me down. I've never looked into the science of it. Okay, so white resigns. Yeah, position was pretty much resignable. It was a nice game. I like the setup. I guess for the Kings Indian players out there who maybe don't entirely know what to do against London, including the early c5 and taking, and then I was at a little bit of a crossroads in the early middle game because I wanted to go for this, but I decided on the plan of bishop e6 and queen b6. And then white gave me a free piece. So that was my third game of the stream. I've gained 1 rating point every game so far. So 3 points total. This is an open tournament. I guess in order to enter, you need to have played 5 classical games on Lichess. But for those that want to join the tournament, update the join command. And I'm still provisional, playing R Morphe. I'll play London. I think, what was it? I've only been white 1 game this stream. C5. I usually take. I'm going to play D5 though. D5 is considered the most principled move. And now E4. We'll go into a Benoni. Yeah, I could have played E4 on move 2. And this would transpose into a Smith-Morra. But yeah, my goal this game and kind of overall for the tournament is to play more principled chess. And then f3. I'm wondering if this makes any sense. Like bishop e5, a4. Usually the bishop just goes to e2. Yeah, it's weird because I usually don't get these sort of... I usually just don't play these structures as white. I'm also considering h3 here. Bishop d3. Maybe bishop d3 is a little bit more logical. Just supporting the pawn. Now, I was debating whether I should prevent bishop g4, but I think I'd be okay with provoking the trade and activating the queen. Ooh. Knight b4 may be coming. Yeah, it seems like I'm playing someone with like some decent experience in these structures, but keep developing. Nothing too special so far. Have you ever played Catan? I have. I learned how to play Catan back in like 2018. I don't get too many opportunities to play. The most recent time I played was in Dubai with I played with Sotovsky and Vishy Anand, but haven't played since then. And unfortunately, like we started a game and we didn't finish it because it took a long time to like teach Vishy and get started. Thank you, El Capitan, PDX. Welcome back. Okay, so Black has conceded the bishop pair, but this is very typical in Benoni to trade off light squared bishop. Oh. I wanted to play this, but yeah, c2 would fall. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I guess what to do? Bishop f4. I guess I'll just try and complete development. Although bishop f4 allows c4. And then I lose material. So I have to be really careful here. Although there is a line, bishop f4, c4, a3. But I probably don't want to enter that. I was thinking a4 too. But I might be better off like playing queen d1 or a3 immediately. Even queen e... No, not queen e2. I think I'll play queen d1. Yeah, not the most impressive opening or middle game for me. But we're getting, more simplified Benoni type position. Play a4. Yeah, Black usually wants to go for b5 in these sort of positions. Although b5 right away isn't playable. I'm trying to just digest what's going on here. So Black's moving really quickly. Has more time than they started with. Oh, redeem share a photo. Okay, I'll share a photo when my opponent stops moving so quickly. And I'll try and I'll try and make a move here at some point. So there's this idea, which doesn't scare me too much. I'm thinking just bishop d2. Bishop d2. Let's do it. Yeah, the reason why I played queen d1, just to explain earlier, was black was threatening c4. So I kind of had to over defend the pawn. I could have played a3, but and it did lose a little bit of time, but at least I didn't lose material. Okay, yeah, we do have a new channel point redemption of share a photo. So what photo do I want to share? Okay, I'll share a selfie that I took. So I took a selfie with an animal. Oh, is this a free pawn? This is a free pawn. But before I show the full picture, Twitch chat has to guess what animal it is. Here's the animal. All right, what to do here? No one's getting it yet. I think rook d1 makes a lot of sense. Okay, one person got it, at least.
Weird goose.
Weird goose. Goose with a little bit more hair. So Jepta 88, SG Head, and Jawizler? Everyone who said alpaca, good job. Is an alpaca. Or is it a llama? I think it's alpaca. Here's a selfie. This was in Scotland. There was like a random farm, and they were munching away. Okay. Let's take with pawn. Okay, I should focus here. I'm up a pawn, but it still takes work. Black has some weird form of compensation. I really want to target this pawn on d6. Well, maybe I start with bishop f4. I'm not scared of takes. Or am I? Queen f6. Queen c4. Wait, bishop here. Takes, queen f6. There's bishop h6. Rook e8. And then queen a7. Yeah, it looks fine. Oh, wow. Watson Walk says that was Georgie Farm. Yeah, it was Georgie Farm, I think. Or though, I thought it had love in the name. Like Georgie Love or something? Or Gorgie? It's somewhere in, yeah, it's in Edinburgh. That's impressive you recognize the farm just from a alpaca photo. Okay, 94 looks nice here. Yeah, really just trying to apply as much pressure as possible. Yeah, it's a farm like in the heart of the city. Some more photos. Yeah, they were very interested in my phone. Or at least this guy was. Can we get a London picture? I shared my Stafford London hotel experience a bit earlier in the stream. But we do have, yeah, so we do have the redeem photo channel point redemption thing. As my opponent waits to move. Oh, never mind. Ooh. Knight d6 doesn't work. a5. a5 looks really intriguing here. Because there's some pressure against d6. Although, I don't know if a5 has a threat. Queen b5, maybe. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll start with queen b5. And queen is a little bit more centralized. Target the rook. Defends the pawn. Still pressures b6. Did they play the Scottish? Yeah, also known as the Scotch. Yeah, I regret not bringing a chessboard to alpacas. But actually, when I was in London, I went to the chess and bridge shop, and the owner knew who I was and gave me a free chessboard, like really nice magnetic travel set. So here's a photo from London. There's very few shops or like stores around the world that are dedicated to chess. But yeah, for those that are in London, I highly recommend checking this out. Amazing selection of like books and sets and everything. And this is a set that I'm probably going to bring with me to Iceland in a few weeks. Marble Gray bought the exact travel set. Ah. Yeah, I'm sure I'll be back in London at some point over next year or so. Bra asking, what are you doing in Iceland? We have an Iceland command. I'm playing a tournament there. It's a Reykjavik Open in beginning of April. It's probably one of the nicest open tournaments in the world.
Crab.
I haven't played the crab opening in a while. Also, welcome back, Ravenous Crab. Yeah, this game we have a Ravenous Benoni. I think I misplayed the opening a little bit, allowing knight b4, but okay, it's working out. Now I have this move. Bishop g5, f6. Just bishop g5. My opponent took a long time on rook e7, but I think that maybe they were overthinking things or just missed this idea. So now I'm going to be winning more material. Wait, there's Catan board. Oh, there was a Catan board. Ah. I guess this shop sells other things in chess and bridge and backgammon. And Go. Oh, and traditional games. I guess Catan is a traditional game. Very nice spot. Did you visit Fisher's grave when you were in Iceland? I did. I was back in 2016. So I'll probably go back when I'm there. It's in like a very small town. It's outside like a small church. And when I visited in 2016, there were a bunch of like kittens around. And they were super friendly. Not sure if I have a picture to show. It's somewhere buried on my hard drive. Okay, I could take the rook. I was looking at knight f6, but yeah, taking the rook makes a lot of sense. And now f4 looks nice, because the rook is aligned with the queen. f4 almost traps the knight. Actually, where does knight move? Knight d7? I have knight c5. Yeah, this is turning into just a downward spiral for black. So I won the pawn, won the exchange, and now I think white's winning more material here. Now there is like one weird move after knight c5. There's bishop d4, but then just king h1. And the queen would still be hit. Oh, there's actually another weird move. Pawn takes knight, and then my queen is hit. But after it takes, I'll be up 2 exchanges. I could also take on b8 first. Yeah, this is a nice way to simplify. Oh, Mark's asking what was wrong with f6 for black. Yeah, if f6 I would take with knight, and I think it would lead to the same issue. Although, there's actually a nifty line. f6 takes, knight f3, takes, and takes. Can analyze that afterwards. Yeah, so just king h1 here. Do you still play football? I've never played American football, at least like the real version where you tackle people. But the football that most of the world refers to, or most of the world refers to it as football. In the US, we refer to it as soccer. Yeah, I haven't played in a while, but I still enjoy it. I also like hacky sack or footbag, which is like a small, what do you call it? A small like bean-filled ball that you keep up with your feet. I'm turning off my fan. The fan like causes my eyes to water. I think it just dries them out. Wow, Black resigns. I was expecting a few more moves, but yeah, like either queen or knight would be lost. So, yeah, I should actually analyze f6. I mean, engine's giving +7 for white. Because originally my thought was takes, takes, takes. But after knight f3, it does get a little bit weird. Because takes, takes, takes. I mean, maybe white's still winning here somehow. So maybe bishop f6. Like, at very least, I'm winning another pawn. Engine still says this line is winning for white. Bishop f6 is a safer move, though. Chess coach Craig hasn't played hacky sack in 25 years. Wow. Why not d4? Not sure what position that refers to. I played d4 on move 1. All right, let's move on. Move on. So, I'm gaining rating, but I'm still provisional. I don't know how long it'll take for me to get like an established rating. Because I had the leaderboards up on Lichess, and I'm not on the leaderboard because I don't have a established rating. But 2432 would put me tied for 16th. And now I'm playing Schnoopdoop. Stafford Gambit? Nah. What to play? Maybe c5. Play Sicilian. Maybe I'll play Taimanov. This is like my main opening of choice for black for so long. I haven't really played it so recently. Yeah, I guess I could check my rating deviation. Classical. It says 111, whatever that means. I know the longer that you don't play for, the higher the deviation will go up. But I don't know what, like, I guess 111 is considered a bit high. Okay, this is main line. Yeah, I'm not berserking this tournament. I'm not really trying to win the tournament. And I'd prefer to keep my increment too. Yeah, after bishop e3, there's a bunch of moves white can play. Or after bishop e3, a6. Queen f3 has been trendy recently. Bishop d3, queen d2. Bishop e2 is a more classical line. And here I'll play bishop to b4. Still mainline theory. Have you ever played Sveshnikov Sicilian? I went through a phase playing Sveshnikov, a very brief phase, back in 2010. I didn't have good results with it. Hey, it's Adriana. Shout out to WGM Adriana. Appreciate the raid. Again, for those just joining, playing the classical Shield Arena, having slow, instructive, hopefully still entertaining games. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream, Adriana. Thanks again for the raid. So this tournament, it's a 10-hour long ordeal, but I joined 5 hours late. I don't know if I'm going to play the next 3 hours, 40 minutes, but we'll see. Hypothetical. If he takes on c6, Yeah, if knight takes c6, usually bc6 is the way to go. Although there'd be I guess a few options to consider. Yeah, the fact that white is thinking here makes me a bit happy. Because the main theoretical move for white is not easy to figure out if white has not studied this position before. Ah, knight c6 is played. Yeah, I was going to say the main move is knight a4, which idea is to leave the bishop a bit misplaced and to target the dark squares. So I'm pretty sure this is still some theory. And I'm trying to remember if I had any like tournament games with this line. Now it does help strengthen the center for black, and d5 will be easier to play. What was your high school experience like? Oh, I didn't start chess in high school. I learned the rules when I was 7. I played my first tournament when I was 8. I do have a bio command. There's also a documentary that kind of it highlights my chess experience in high school. It's called Chess State, and we do have a link in chat for that documentary. The whole thing is on Vimeo. So, yeah, there's a filmmaker that followed me around I guess it was my senior year of high school, but then also a little bit in college. And yeah, the movie is focused on high school chess in Illinois. But I guess I'm one of the main characters in the movie. Oh, comment from Smolzik says, I live in Peoria, went to Civic Center for the IHSA chess tournament. Yeah, so the Illinois high school state championship for chess, it's one of the largest team tournaments in the world. Because it usually gets like about 130, 140 teams of 8 players each. So there's not too many other tournaments that are bigger than it. Ah, knight a4 here. Knight a4 is playable. Wait, now I'm trying to remember like the main line. Because if white had played knight a4 right away, I would have castled. Not sure if this makes a huge difference. I should note this pawn is a bit poisonous because queen d4 would hit everything. So I'm pretty sure castling is a way to go. I'm pretty sure we just transpose back into some theory. It's been a while since I've studied like the main lines here, so might have to not necessarily like remember things, but I might have to figure things out again. Because I have some like hazy memory of like a line knight b6, rook b8, takes, and then bishop takes a6. And black will go down a pawn temporarily. I studied this probably about like 10 to 15 years ago. And then there's 3 different moves for black between rook d8, e8, and f8. And there's subtle differences between all the moves. And even if I go down a pawn, after I move the rook, I think I would play rook f8. Then I'll be threatening knight takes e4, and I'll also be threatening bishop d6, hitting this and this. So if I'm remembering correctly, I think it ends up being a pawn trade. But queen d4, okay. And queen d4 is also a playable move. c5 is interesting.
Have really enjoyed the full streams on your extra channel.
Oh, good to hear. Yeah, they'll continue to come. This stream might also be eventually going up on the extra channel. So if you're watching in the future on the extra channel, say hi in the YouTube comments. Let me know what your favorite moment so far of the stream has been. c5 is committal. Actually, c5 just requires calculation too. Because it hits a queen, defends the bishop, but it kind of prevents my bishop from retreating. Also gives white a target to attack. But the point would be after c5, queen c4, d5. Black gets some initiative. I still feel like we're in the realms of some theory. Now another move is bishop d6, which hits a pawn and also prepares this. And if f4, I would have e5. I mean, bishop d6 and c5 are like very different moves. Imagine c5, queen d3 probably most likely. But then c4. Or even c5, queen d3, bishop b7, hitting the pawn. There's some bishop f3 and then d5. Looks to be okay. If ever a3, I might throw in c4, hit the queen, move the bishop back. I think I'll play c5. Wait, c5? There's knight c5. I just overlooked this. c5 not defended. Wait, c5 takes. I win e4. c5, knight c5. And bishop's still attacked. And if I take, I guess I don't have time to take on e4. Takes, because my rook is hit in the end. I wonder, can I sack the pawn? Like c5, knight c5, rook b8 or a5, they don't look right. So maybe bishop d6 is the way to go. There's also a5 here. Or rook b8. Okay, it's good I'm taking time. I'm trying not to blunder too much here. Bishop d6, f4, e5. And this is like actually a typical configuration to respond to f4. And there's bishop d6, g3. Ah. I'm remembering c5 because there's a line queen d4, c5. But with knight on a4, it's a bit different. Yeah, I think bishop d6 makes the most sense. I still might be a little bit worse. Like g3, bishop e5. What to do? Still trying to make c5 work. c5 takes. I don't think it works. And if a5 just seems slow. It's kind of a judgment call. a5, it's a bit less committal. Because I keep the option open for like maybe eventually d5 or e5 and then d5. The one thing I like about a5, it gives white a lot of choices. Like with bishop d6, it's very easy for white to just play a natural move and I don't have to keep thinking. But a5, I mean a5, e5 I think is maybe a critical line, but then knight d5 hit the bishop. And that looks reasonably playable. Bishop comes back. Maybe someday trade off light squared bishops. Yeah, I think I'm going for a5. Not thrilled with the position, but at least I'm not blundering a pawn. Thank you, Mark Kaza. Yeah, there's times where if things get complicated, I just stop looking at chat and try and invest myself in the position. But thank you earlier, Miller High Life, Bryce Carey with first time sub. Oops, what happened? Yeah, sometimes it can be useful to keep in mind. I was gonna say, like, when you create situations where the opponent has a lot of like different choices to make. So white goes for e5. I'll play knight d5. I think that's the only reasonable move. And yeah, we're entering a slightly unusual situation where my pawns are a bit restricted. At the same time, I do want to snag the bishop pair. I still have these ideas. Might even want to play d6 and just like trade and get the bishop back into play. Oh, why not queen a5? Was a question. Yeah, queen a5 didn't cross my mind. Maybe it's a playable move. Queen a5 might allow knight b6. And then the rook would be hit. And my queen might end up regretting its decision because then it can't move back and there's like c3, b4. c4, okay. Well, c4 I'm probably happy to take. And then get the bishop pair. But my bishop pair isn't too impressive because this bishop is just staring into empty space. This bishop has yet to develop and it's a bit stuck. I can't play c5 right away because this bishop would get trapped. D5 comes to mind, f6 comes to mind. I kind of like the prospect of f6. But d5 is interesting because it's just immediate initiative. And if takes, I take back and hit the pawn. I could play d6 right away too. No, let's start with d5. It feels like I can breathe a little bit more here. Thank you, Beercles. Subbing for 5 months. Yeah, so white has a big decision to make. Like to take on d6, to take on d5, or to leave tension. There's also this prospect of trading off like toward bishop. But I don't think I'm worse here. Or am I? I completely miss c5. Ooh. I might just be losing a bishop here. How bad is this? I have d4. Yeah, d5 was a little bit careless. d4 is probably the way to go, though. Just give up a pawn and get some initiative. There's also... a3 is like a massive threat. I was thinking there's a idea bishop a6, but no, just takes a3. I have to play d4. And c5 was a blind spot. I guess I probably should have played this move, but then still a3. Maybe this was best. I don't know. I'm playing d4 because in the event of queen takes, I have rook d8 and bishop d2. Actually, I still have bishop d2. Queen e4 is, I guess, a little bit strange. Not taking the pawn. Position's getting weird now. Okay, so if I really want to, I can save the bishop, just abandon the pawn, and get the bishop to a place where it can't be trapped. Decent rapid player and blitz, okay. The move I would like to play is rook d8, but then rook d1 comes. I was also thinking bishop a6, where we trade. Maybe that's the way to go. Okay, so I'm calculating bishop a6 takes. I don't want to say too much out loud, though. So there. That's a difficult position. Queen a7 doesn't seem to work. There's queen e7 hitting this pawn. Maybe I start with queen e7, just abandoning c6. There's some funny idea like queen e7 and then whatever rook moves to c1 and then bishop d2. And rook c4. Looks like I'm going to be losing a pawn. I'm definitely much worse here. The question how to try and fight back. I mean, f5 takes. Bishop d3, rook h6, h3. And if f5 takes, rook d8. It looks wrong. And there's another line. I'm going to go for f5. Intuitively, I think this creates the most like dynamic imbalance situation. Also gives white the option now of like taking en passant. Based on the previous situation, my opponent knows that en passant isn't forced. Ooh, so twice they haven't taken en passant. Queen f4. Oh, queen f4 I kind of missed. Because that does control d2. But might allow for this move now. Yeah, let's play queen e7. So hitting the pawn. Also preparing g5. I mean, d4 is still hanging. But the point is if takes d4, I play rook d8 and I activate and these pawns are potentially weak. And so I think most expected move is rook c1. I'd be surprised if white takes on d4, given the last two moves white had the chance to take here and then here. But yeah, I'm leaving the pawn hanging. Wait, we do have a fascinating discussion in Twitch chat. Are there more doors or wheels in the world? I don't think I have the mental capacity right now to think about this. Most people say wheels. I'd probably say wheels too. Because there's a lot of wheels where you wouldn't even like imagine them to be. Like in the dishwasher. There's so many of those circle things that spin. And even like cabinets. Wait, are cabinets doors? Because there's built-in wheels in most cabinets.
Hi, long time no see.
Oh, hi.
I have a request. Can you start the next white game with e4?
Ooh. Very possibly. If I manage to play another game. I think I've only played one E4 game today. It was the very first game of the stream, How the French Defense. Oh, Pam says it would drive me crazy if I played a 20-minute game. Too much time. Yeah, the funny thing is, 20 minutes, a 20-minute game over the board is still considered rapid chess. On Lichess, it's considered classical. But like over the board play, games can usually both sides get like 90 minutes to 2 hours with more time added after move 40. So games can take up to like 5 or 6 hours. Which, in my opinion, is way too much time. But this is still, yeah, decently long for online chess. Gears are wheels with teeth. Interesting. Wow, so white's just staring at the pawn before taking the pawn. I think rook d1 is actually a very sensible move. If I take, we trade. I'm gonna have like the worst end of this endgame. But there's really not so many options for me. Maybe rook d8. Rook d8 is actually interesting. Rook d8, rook takes, g5. Another thought was just put the rook on d5, but then bishop f3 could be a bit harmful. And this bishop is going to be a problem piece. Another thought was like rook d8 takes and then bishop b7. Which looks really bad at first, but there might be some logic to it. Okay, I'm going to play rook d8, because at least there's a few ideas. The time is getting low, but there is a 10-second increment, so that's a lot more than what I'm used to. I'm used to either 1 or 2-second increment. And a major resource here is g5. So like rook takes d4, g5 is one of the ideas. And after takes, the queen would still defend the pawn. And there's a line queen e3, bishop d2. Oh, eggnoggin. I'm a little bit preoccupied here. Also, I think we're streaming on different platforms. Yeah, the main content of the stream is more slow and instructive chess, the classical arena. At some point, though, I'll probably collab with Levy.
Hey man, times have been rough, but being able to catch your stream puts me somewhat at ease, so thank you for that.
Oh, thank you, Zako. Yeah, I hope things get better. I hope I can make things a little bit easier in rough times. Bishop c4. Okay, well now... Wait, now I take the pawn. Takes. So white's really not interested in winning this pawn. I also have bishop a6 as a resource. I think I'm still worse here, but at least I have a temporary material advantage. And yeah, I don't really have to worry about my bishop getting trapped any longer. I wonder if white maybe had some missed opportunity at some point. I'm realizing this pawn is hanging. But it's... yeah, it couldn't be taken because I was threatening the bishop. And now, yeah, white's threatening bishop e6. So... and there's queen a7, queen e7, or f8. Or b4. Maybe queen b4. I mean, whatever I do doesn't look pretty. Maybe queen e7. Keep e6 covered. So I'm calculating queen e7. We trade. I might even have g5 there. But the problem is takes, takes, takes. And queen e7, let's say we trade everything on d4, c5 in the end. Because really the goal is to activate the bishop. If queen d6, we trade bishop d7. Maybe it's okay. And I actually don't mind if queen takes f5 is played. Okay, white knows what they want. So I have c5 or bishop b7. Or bishop a6 even. Bishop a6 is not good, I don't think. C5. Or, yeah, my initial thought was rook d4. Rook d4 and then c5. Yeah, it looks really uncomfortable, but let's do it. At least, okay, at least I'm getting some pawns to dark squares. Especially in the situation where we both have light squared bishops. I want as many pawns on dark squares as possible, pretty much. So e6, it's going to be a long-term weakness. So it's fixed on light square. However, my worst piece could very soon turn into one of my best pieces. Especially if white doesn't go for queen d6. There's potential for this and this and this, or this. It's beginning to feel like I can breathe a bit more. And yeah, what I had calculated earlier was queen d6 takes, and then bishop d7, where I blockade the pawn. Bishop's actually a good blockader. And then the rook would probably come to c8. White again avoiding trades. I can't play this, so... I think queen d3 was a good move, actually. Bishop b7. I'm just not sure what to do after rook d1. But there's very little time here. Oh, what to do? Maybe start with this move. B3 is coming. I was thinking queen c7, but... Oh, f5 is still hanging too. So if I play g6... Yeah, I might just allow queen f5 and... Maybe there's still some tricks. Yeah, I was thinking king here. King h8. I mean, e6 is now hanging, unfortunately. And bishop d5. Play this. White's played a good game so far. We've gotten a bit outplayed. I'm setting up some small trick. Or a big trick. I think black's now winning. If I'm not mistaken. Because I have two mate threats. I guess queen c1's not a mate threat, but it's a threat of winning our rook. So I think white lost their sense of danger for a moment. I'm not sure how white even resists. Bishop f1's probably coming. There's a funny idea, actually. So I'm looking at bishop f1, queen takes, and then if queen d6, the funny move is rook a8 to just prepare bishop a6. A very hard threat to stop. Yeah, just making sure. Because it seems more natural to move to one of these, not f8, but here. But, okay, here we go. No tricks. Always gotta be careful when there's a pawn close to promoting. But the bishop's pinned. So h3 is the best try for white, but then after takes king h2, I think very simple approach is queen b5 to e8 and just ensure there's no funny business. But I'll have to analyze the game because I was definitely in a lot of trouble this game. What goes to show, even in slower chess, there's still a lot of importance of just basic tactics. Okay. Hey, I gained 12 points. So yeah, this is I guess one of the typical Taimanov lines. The main move is knight a4. Knight c6 is a bit secondary. And yeah, I was remembering this line, queen d4, c5. I thought d5 was a move. Maybe bishop e7 and then preparing d5. But my opponent played knight a4 first. And then, yeah, there's a whole, like, all this theory with knight b6 and takes and takes. This is master database, and like all these moves are playable. But yeah, queen d4 was played here. And yeah, maybe in hindsight I should have played this move. I just wasn't sure about g3. Engine says it's playable. g3, bishop e5, queen d3. Wait, f4? Oh, f4 I can take the pawn. I guess if I'm in time to get in d5, it's nice for black. So anyway, yeah, I missed the idea of c5, which apparently is winning for white. Was supposed to not allow it. Fast move bishop a6. But yeah, I was fortunate to have this move. Otherwise, like a3 would just come and trap my bishop. But I did drive away the queen from covering d2. And yeah, it was still very iffy. Queen d3 is a good move. Yeah, so white played a good game, just like one blunder. Queen takes e6. And bishop takes e6. I would be suffering. I thought there were still chances after rook e8. Oh, rook d1. Oof. Yeah, white can just hold on to the 2 extra pawns. That's winning for white. Okay, we're moving on. That was the 5th game. There's less than 3 hours left. I'm top 300. Oh, there was someone earlier who wanted... What was it? If I'm white, they wanted me to play e4? Oh yeah, they took $10 too. Free to try.
Hi, long time no see. I have a request. Can you start the next white game with e4?
But what if I'm black? I'm black. Hey, it's Levy. What's up, Levy? Rating with 2228. Let's play Karo Khan just for Levy. This is one of Levy's favorite openings that I really have no idea how to play. But I'm playing it anyway. Yeah, shout out to Gotham. I appreciate the raid. I think didn't Levy encounter F3 in like a serious game recently? It's a fantasy variation. I watched this recap video from the Norm tournament in New York. But I forget what he played. He was like losing in 10 moves. Or 9 moves. I know there is... I remember him like drawing a lot of arrows. Like he drew this arrow. E5. I feel so ashamed because I watched Levy's recap on this opening and I have no memory of like anything. But I remember being entertained. I know queen b6 is a move.
Top 99.9% bits.
Queen b6 is one of these like more obscure lines where you just try and get white out of their comfort zone. Oh, thank you, Raisha. Very high percentage of bits. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the main line is like takes and then e5, but The idea of queen b6 is to pressure these two pawns. Also kind of prevents bishop e3. Thank you, Sam Flynn. Also, shout out to Gotham, up and coming streamer, YouTuber, dog owner. Thank you, Mickelger. For everyone just joining, this is a classical Shield Arena. I'm playing 20-minute chess, also with a 10-second increment. So we're having some more slow, instructive, maybe entertaining games. Knight c3 makes a lot of sense. I'm really tempted to take and then play e5. I just don't want to be losing from the opening, but let's do it. Another point of queen b6 was to... Ooh, now this is like a black Mardemer. I was going to say is to like eventually get the battery, but white's the one who wants to have fun. It really feels like I'm misplaying this. Okay, let's calculate. e5 takes bishop c5. Threatening this allows knight a4, but then queen b4. Let's do it. Making things a little bit wild. Oh, thank you, Punter Face. You're nice too. Just don't punt my face. So usually you should develop your minor pieces in the opening and not your queen. But okay, I'll try and make up for it. So got the battery. Hey, it's a... Wait, is that a free knight? It's an almost free knight. White's about to, like, destroy my soul with a massive triple fork. I'm a little bit scared here. White can fork me and then trap me. Or fork me and then fork me again. Or just allow queen takes g1 and now I'm less scared. There was a funny line, if white had gone for this and this or this, I would just be mating on f2. But I still have to be careful, because it's hard to stop knight d6. On the bright side, I'm up a rook. Ooh, free pawn. I should probably play bishop e6 first. Just to ensure that f7 is defended. In the event of this, white's threatening mate in 1. But then maybe this. Yeah, I still have to be careful in positions like this. All it takes is like overlooking one simple mate threat. Queen e2. Okay, free pawn. Oh, people were asking what if bishop g5 on move 8. Bishop g5. The queen was controlling d8, so I don't think there was any immediate concern. Maybe I would play bishop e6 or even h6. Okay, now I'm threatening another free-looking pawn. But never mind. Now the goal is probably queen g3. And queen g3, develop the knight. Develop both knights. Oh yes, so VODs are now sub only. I know some people have been realizing, but I do have a full VODs channel on YouTube. So I will be uploading full VODs to my extra channel, trying to get the word out. But if you do sub, it's one of the perks now. You get access to the Twitch VODs. Is this another free pawn? Always have to be careful taking things that look free. I'm thinking queen h4, bishop f2, and then queen b4, but then c3 defends b2. So what to do? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with queen e5. White castle's queenside, and then I develop. It's sometimes a little bit unsettling, like leaving the queen aligned with white's queen, but the bishop doesn't have any checks in this position. Okay, playing knight f6, maybe knight d7 first. Just defending the queen. Thank you, Onyx a Dog. And Jacques Burkles. Yeah, the other issue with Twitch is they delete VODs after a few weeks. I think it's 45 days. So I have hundreds upon hundreds of streams that I have not ever put on YouTube. So the goal is to have a steady stream of content. Wow, white resigns. Okay, I dedicate this game to Levy. Winning against a fantasy variation in 13 moves. Wait. Okay, let's find Levy's video. Gotham Chess Caro Khan Fantasy variation. One pawn crushes a Caro Khan.
All levels of chess is the Caro Khan defense. In fact, weapon 100,000 subscribers. We went from 3 to 400 in 3 weeks.
Ooh,
if you enjoy my content and you're not yet subscribed, do it. Takes one click of a button.
Subscribe.
It helps me out. I help you out with chess. World keeps on spinning. You've got.
I'm logged in on my like alternate YouTube account. I'm subscribed to Levy on my main account. But sorry about that, Levy.
How to be playing with the white pieces. I put the moves in the description for you to use on your own as you wish for your own research. 2 games with subscribers, timestamps on the video player. Let's go. E4. Black plays the move C6, the Caro Khan defense. We put 2 pawns in the center. F3.
Here we go. Okay.
Why? First of all, if you're a supporter of Ben Feingold, somewhere you know Ben Feingold just fell out of his seat. Says never play F3. The point is to restructure your center and not do anything. And in a perfect world, if Black were to take on E4, you would take back. And now, why is this good?
Wait, this video is for white. I wanted to find the video for black. I think it was a game recap. Game recap, Crush the Caro Khan. It was one of the tournaments. Wait, let's scour Levy's YouTube videos. Hey, it's me. There was a tournament. No, it was after the World Championship. I'm gonna find it. Oh, it's one of these. Is it this one? It might be this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, doesn't like some of the other stuff.
No.
You know, like E4, E5. So
is it this one? I really want to find the video.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the January GM Norm Round Robin.
Hey, okay, I found it. I just want to show the moment where he draws all the arrows.
Yard. I know everything that in a long time. Opening.
Okay.
Let's go. And then he plays the one thing that I like legitimately haven't looked at in a long time.
Yeah.
Because the last time I played against the fantasy variation over the board, I played in Blitz a lot, like, but over the board, it's been years. And I think playing Blitz has given me a bit of a false sense of like security. I just sort of play whatever in Blitz. I'll play the G6 line.
Here we go.
I'll play the E6 line, although less. I'll play Queen B6,
Queen
which
B6.
is a line.
Okay, that's what I remembered.
I'll play the main line where you take and play E5. This is like extremely common. There's probably even some other stuff. But there's the immediate E5, I think.
Yeah, okay. Have I ever encountered fantasy? I very rarely play the Carol Khan. How many times have I had this position? So I played this position 4 times as white, only 3 times as black, but perfect score. Let's go. Okay, we are going back to tournament. So, hey, I have an established rating. Did it happen after that game? I think it did. I forgot to play E4. I promised that one person I would play E4. Sorry about that. I got so excited about my rating. Wait, refresh? Refresh. Here we go. Okay, let's get through the opening and I'll share my rating stats. D6, let's play this. Yeah, just a friendly request to not use all caps in chat. Let's castle. Yeah, this is all still opening prep. So this is not a traditional London. This is more of a like Pierce type opening.
I always have anxiety playing against fianchettoed bishop. What can I do?
So it's the same whenever you have like a phobia. In this case, it sounds like you have fianchettophobia. The best way to overcome a phobia is to surround yourself or to face directly whatever you're most terrified of.
At Rosen, what's up, Eric?
So
Hope
if you're
doing
scared,
well.
if you're scared of spiders, the best thing that you can do is find a spider and say hello to it. And then you'll realize it's not so scary. You can also just get rid of it, which is what I'm trying to do. But then in general, there's other things you can do, like take a deep breath, meditate, close your eyes and pretend that you're okay. Ooh, E5. Okay, so E5 is a move. Actually very typical for this opening. I think the best approach is to play D5 here. Knight D4. Knight D4 I'll probably play F3 and then go for the gradual build up. I'll still play F3. F3 prevents any Knight G4 shenanigans. It also reinforces E4. So nicely restricts the knight. And it supports pawn g4. Ooh. Black playing in a true King's Indian fashion. If I play h4... Wow. Okay, this is interesting because black has a very clear intention of playing f5. And it's a question what my plan is. Because I could play g4, which in some sense discourages f5. Like there's a line, g4, f5 takes queen g5, pinning the bishop. And then there's knight g6. And if I take, black throws in this move and I lose a piece. Another idea is to play h4, f5, h5, and then there's f4, but then I take. Huh. I don't know if I've encountered this specific position before. But it's very tempting to play g4 first. I'm just not sure if it's like the right way to go. g4, because we might end up trading on... Yeah, I think I will play g4. I think f5 is still expected, but the calculation is takes, and then I trade on g7, eliminating my phobia, or someone's phobia. Oh, is Mikkelger's phobia. And without the darks for bishop, then black's king is a little bit less safe. And the idea is just to push the h-pawn all the way down. And then that also discourages the knight coming to g6. It's still a question. Do I take right away? I'm still tempted to leave the tension. h5 or h4. h4, f4. Oh, there's a funny line. Okay, I'm going to play h4 first. Just for the funny line. Funny line is f4 queen g2 with a pin. And if knight g6 trying to block the pin, I take and h5 and win a piece. Oh, there's a question how to sub with prime. We have a prime command. If you've never subbed with prime before, then you have to like link your Amazon Prime account to Twitch. So hopefully you can figure it out. Also, friendly reminder, yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, you can sub for free. Easy way to support the channel. Wait, jumping spiders are actually super cute. They have big eyes? That sounds terrifying. Hey, thank you, Sweetie Pickle. And Richie Witch. And Sitch. All new Prime subs. Wow. I should do that more often. Like the call to action. All it takes is a friendly reminder. Okay, Queen G2. I'm not sure about Rook F7. Yeah, Rook F7 kills all my fun. Oh, okay, there's another funny line. Is I take and then play this move. And the funny thing about this line is mainly the e6 square. In the event of knight f6 back, I take, and whatever takes, I have this plan of knight h3 to g5 to e6. And how many colors can we make this? Let's make it yellow. Because this square is like it's a really nice hole in black's position, especially if my knight can just find its way. And there's triple fork potential or quadruple fork potential. So black sees that idea from afar and prevents knight g5 in this position. That's kind of sad. I was optimistic too. So I need to find another plan. And the bishop on e6, it looks powerful, but it doesn't like do so much. It's like the queen. But not these queens, like the real life queen. I might want to double up on the G file. 92 seems a little bit slow though. There's still actually some possibility of taking and then maneuvering to G5 and sacking piece. Just realizing, like, if I move to G2, how do I improve the knight further? Knight would be completely restricted by everything. So this might just require more patience. If Queen G2, King H7. I'm really conflicted here. I'm trying to find a useful move. I'm thinking the knight should eventually go to H3 just so it can go to F2 and G4 maybe. Which means I might want to play this anyway. But then knight C5 and then I probably have to take. And I lose some time. But maybe it's the only way to make progress. Another idea is to start with bishop G4, which is actually really interesting, bishop G4, but then knight F6. And it's similar. We trade. Yeah, I think it's going to be very similar. I'll start with bishop e6. Because I want to complete development. Mainly developing the knight, get a rook to g1, and then maybe have prospects of knight g5. Oh, rampaging, asking, saying, I would give stuff to Eric, but I don't know how. Yeah, we do have a mail command. The main type of fan mail I get is tea. Actually, which I have right now. I have some nice pumpkin spice tea, courtesy of Robert E. Ooh, I could just leave the bishop there too. Wait a minute. Knight h3 takes. And the pawn just chills. If queen c8, I play knight d5. Let's do it. There's a chance this won't work out, but I kind of like the prospect of getting a pawn to e6. And I know this is an idea that It's seen in other types of King's Indian positions, where you leave a minor piece here, and then there's a trade, and then the d-file opens for white. The d5 square opens up for the knight. Yeah, black wants to shut down my g-file play. Although I still have rook g1, knight e2. So knight g3 doesn't scare me. If king h7, there might even be knight g5 right away. Oh, Robert E is here. Can we mail you raw commodities? Like bushels of wheat. I don't know what I would do with wheat. I would need like a wheat processor. How hard is it to turn wheat into wheat thins? It sounds easy, but I feel like it's pretty difficult. Oh, I could feed geese with wheat. Realistically, that's probably what I would do if I was sent wheat. Okay, knight g5, takes. And the knight is attacked and pinned. And if queen e8, there's g6 in the end. King here, then takes, mate. That's a nice line. Yeah, I do want to learn more about like making different types of food. But sometimes it's difficult to make things from scratch. Also another funny line, king g6, takes, check, and then queen h6 mate in the end. Maybe I should calculate, but maybe not. There's this move, but then rook h6. Why not queen g2? Oh, queen g2 here. Yeah, queen g2, I honestly didn't consider. I mean, I guess there's knight g3, but also with queen g2, I'm not actually threatening this, or this, because all the squares are covered by the knights. So I thought knight g5 was a bit more forcing. Yeah, the game's going to go on here. How to do this? I want to play this move. I mean, rook h6 looks quite nice. Looking, I mean, there's funny line queen here and then takes and then sack my queen, but I don't think it works. Yeah, so here the point is if black takes, then the g-file opens. And looks very, very close to mate. Thank you, I am Breezy. Subbing for 2 months. King g7 is logical. Now this move. Yeah, now it's a matter of just shifting everything to the h-file. Ready to create the triple battery. If bishop takes e6, I might even play rook h1 right away. But I could also take and play rook h1 next. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to be overly fancy. Yeah, the rook's defended. The problem is when I play rook h1, it's more of a problem for black. Rook h7 is going to be a massive threat. So we might see queen g8. But then maybe I'll play this and then go into f6. It looks kind of fun. Queen g8. This looks really fun. I'll start with knight d5. And if takes, I'll have some nice pawn structure. And one reason for knight d5, not only ideas of knight f6, but also I want to remove the knight from defending g6. Because this is another invasion point. Thank you, Cat's Pajamas. I don't think I've ever seen a cat wearing pajamas. Someone the other day sent me a cat. It was not, they didn't send me a physical cat. They sent me a video of their cat watching my stream. And it was actually quite adorable. I wonder if I can find it. It's an Instagram DM. Oh, it's emote only mode. Okay, emote only mode time. Anyone have any cat emotes? Save video. Cat watches Eric. Oh, wait, what? Wait, bear with me one moment. Hey, I found the video.
It's up to white to try and prove compensation.
Bear with me. Okay, here's the video. This isn't the first time there's someone sent me like a cat watching my content. There's sound.
There's really not too many options other than moving the queen.
Yeah, the cat was really following the arrows. It's more attentive than most people watching on Twitch chat. Okay, opponent's still thinking here. Yeah, there's a video also on my clips channel. I should make a compilation of just cats watching my content. Here's another one.
I just realized she was sitting right there.
I'll go for this. Bishop d6, queen b3 is interesting. There's some tension here. This bishop's tied down to the pawn. So if takes, I take.
Yeah, I wonder how many like cats are watching right now.
Some idea of knight g5.
Shout out to all my feline friends. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. I actually forget what happens at the end. Is it gonna jump? Oh.
She's so freaking cute. Honey.
Okay. Let's try and ooh, wait, king f8. Okay, there goes black's rook and soon to be queen. Okay. I feel like that was good use of my time. Good game. So, moving up in the world. I think overall that was a relatively clean game. Oh, it says I made one blunder. Oh, I'm supposed to play f3 here. Huh. But it's still better for white. Where is my blunder? Ah, my blunder was taking the bishop. Yeah, I considered queen g2. I didn't play it because this move. And what's the follow-up? Ah, knight h3 here. King h8? Wow, knight here. Okay. King f8? Still knight g5 because I'm threatening this. Wow. I didn't consider that line. Okay, I guess I'll turn off emote only mode because the game finished. People can have their freedom of speech back. Also, oh, I forgot to show, but the classical rating list, if we refresh, where am I? I don't see myself. Am I still not on this list? Wait. So classical. We click in. And then leaderboard. And then classical. Maybe the list hasn't updated. Because my rating now is like over 2450. Which should put me around top 10. But maybe I just have to keep playing more. Oh. My rating deviation is 108. It needs to be below 75 to get on the leaderboard. Ah. Okay, back to tournament. I'm going to pause. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll watch the top game here. Twitch chat. Behave yourself. And I'll be back. Wait a minute. I'll be back momentarily. Also, if you have Prime, now is an ideal time to sub. Thank you, Benetutu and Nightline. Appreciate the subs. Okay, BRB.
In Rosen POC.
Okay. All right, let's play a few more games. I've been live for, wow, just over 3 hours. My headphones. Okay, I'm black again. We'll play Sicilian. Do I keep on pentatonic? I'm gonna turn pentatonic off. I don't want to fall asleep. I played Taimanov earlier. I'm gonna play D6. Mix it up a little bit. Okay, so this is gonna require some remembering of opening prep. Queen takes D7. I had this position my first round of Gibraltar. And I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to... Wait, I should really remember the line. Some line where I eventually played D5. Knight C3, G6. Oh man, I'm gonna be tested here. This is like a very topical line that I've reviewed over a month ago. And it's a question if I can remember it. We're still following my first round Gibraltar game though. I played against Marcel Ifromsky. And she didn't play f3, but f3, as far as I know, is the best move. I'm pretty sure rook c8. I'm really going to have to review my files. I think it's rook c8, hitting the pawn. b3 is expected. And then I might just end up improvising a little bit. We'll see. I remember one of the ideas of casting as quickly as possible is you delay knight c6 because it's nice to get initiative against the pawn. Queen d3. Okay, as far as I know, this is no longer any sort of prep or theory. I might be wrong. But, okay, here I'll just play like normal looking move. Right in 95. And b3 is logical. I'll have to take a pause from interacting with chat because I do kind of want to fully invest myself in this game. Playing a decently strong player. And there's options here already. Like I could start with 95. A6 b5 is definitely a potential consideration. Actually, starting with a6 looks very reasonable. I keep the option open for this or this at some point. What to do in the middle game? Please help. Hopefully, I can demonstrate some ways to approach a middle game type position. Like here, we're basically in the middle game. I've completed development. I've castled. My rooks are connected. Normally, you wanna ask yourself questions to kind of guide your plans and strategies. And there's different types of questions, like what are the weaknesses, what's the opponent's threat, and what is the worst place piece, and how can it be improved. You also want to like look for pawn breaks. Pawn breaks are very simply pawn moves that attack other pawns.
Hey, it's been 6 months already.
Hey,
Time flies. Thanks for the fun and good luck.
Thanks so much. Appreciate that. So b5 is a major idea in this position. The problem with b5 is it probably just loses a pawn. So it can be a question how to actually make b5 work. And I might want to start with this move, knight e5, hit the queen. Also just improve like the rook and the knight, and then like if queen e2, then b5 and there's a pin against the knight on c3. If queen c2, I guess queen d2 is maybe most likely there. Like 95 queen d2. I'm not sure how much I'm accomplishing. I have an idea, though. I think I will start with this. If queen d2, there's an idea to play e6 and then prepare d5. This diagonal is a little bit cluttered with knights. It's a very tense position. And we probably followed some opening prep, but it's going to go to show that understanding the ideas in the position is way more important than like memorizing opening preparation. Okay, queen e2 makes me happy because now b5. B5 just looks really nice for black. Because the pawn's pinned. And I'm not too afraid of f4 because knight to g4 would hit the bishop. Ah, there is that move. Ooh. Okay, maybe I should have been a bit more careful. This move does threaten a triple fork. I think I have to take. And now there's no more pawn tension. White wins connect 4. At the same time, I have the c file, and I have this diagonal too. I kind of want to play rook c3. Rook c3, bishop d2, rook d3 is kind of cool. Rook c3, rook c1, rook c8. We trade. We could keep trading. Okay, let's calculate. Rook c3, rook c1, rook c8. We trade once. Other rook comes in. If other rook comes in, I take. The bishop has to retreat. Knight's undefended. There's some line queen a7 to pin. I'll play rook c3. Yeah, whenever there's just one open file in a position, and this is another like kind of what's the best analogy? It's another tool you can add to your middle game toolkits. Look for the open files. So files with no pawns on them. In this case, it's a fully open file because no white or black pawns. And yeah, very simple plan of just controlling the file with the rooks and potentially the queen. Again, friendly reminder, avoid using all caps. But yeah, if f4, there is knight g4. And for that reason, sometimes white will play h3. I also have ideas knight d3, which is kind of cool. So white's finally beginning to take some time here. But I'm feeling pretty good about the opening. Pretty sure Wesley So has like a chessable course on this line as a white. But I forget exactly what he recommends. I want to say he recommends b3. Okay, rook c1. Play rook c8. Oh, Jimster redeeming share a photo. But what photo should I share? I've shared so many photos recently, even this stream. Someone name an object or an animal, and I'll share a photo of said thing. Potato, monkey, duck, tiger. Let's see what photos I can generate. Potato. I searched my Google photo library for potato. It generated this photo. These aren't potatoes. This is cookie dough. I took this photo back in college. I used to be into making cookies. Ooh. I also have this photo. These are Lay's potato chips. But rasa seafood chabai jeruk nipis flavor, whatever that means. This was in Indonesia.
Go Eric.
Also,
Best
here's an
of all
onion.
the Erics.
Oh yeah, this I filmed this. I had to film this for my HelloFresh integration back in November. I had to like look up how to chop an onion. Anyway, as my opponent continues to think, thank you to Wasistas.
What an onion. Happy 7 months.
Oh, thank you, Jimster. I was looking for tiger. I found a photo of a lion. I took this photo in Vegas. Just outside Vegas, there's a lion sanctuary. And they rescue like a bunch of lions. And this guy kind of wanted to eat me. Hey, it's Caddy. What's up, Caddy? Appreciate the raid. If you're just joining, I was sharing a photo of a lion. Also playing some classical chess. Have a lot of downtime here. Shout out to Caddy. I'm gonna try and my best to spell the name correctly. Tsatsiashvili. Wait. Sorry for maybe butchering your last name. I hope I spelled it correctly. Oh, thank you, White Noise. Yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Yeah, for everyone maybe joining in the midst of this game, we had a bishop e5 check Sicilian, White played Marazzi bind structure, and I played kind of a dragon setup. And then I got in this b5 move, structure transformed a little bit, and now it's a fight for the c file. And I'm feeling relatively comfortable here. The pieces seem pretty optimized. Although the queen probably wants to join the party on the c file. Oh, first time chat from Shambobala Cork. Says, hi Eric, we played earlier in Fantasy Karo Khan. Ah. Yeah, it was a tricky game. I played the Karo Khan because Levy had raided me at the very, like right before the game began. Oh, also, thank you, Ghost Chili, gifting to Ketty. And thanks earlier to Anonymous, gifting to Apshin 2098. So earlier I was asking for people to name objects or animals for me to share photos of. Oh, I saw a duck the other day. I took a walk in the park and there was a duck. I was just kind of Swimming. I think it was looking for food. Yeah, quack quack. And it wasn't too interested in me. It just kind of swam away. Someone says dragonfly. Let me type dragon. Wow. So Google Photos has a feature where you can type in like a name of something and it'll generate photos of said thing. So I typed in dragon. It just generated photos of cats. What is this? I think this is the closest we'll get to a dragon. Yeah, some of these, like these cat photos, there was a cat cafe that I went to in Thailand. And you would just go and there'd be cats and they would try and like steal your food. Hey, it's a black goose.
Hello Eric, been really good to catch your streams again, much appreciated, happy goose.
Happy goose. Welcome back, black goose. Appreciate the bits. Yeah, maybe this cat is distantly related to Bononi, Lafong's cat. Someday I would like to go to the Komodo Islands in Indonesia. They're home to the Komodo dragons. But you have to be careful because like they're known for eating people. Okay, rook d1. Wow, so white's giving up the fight over the c-file. Which should be a good thing, but I don't have rook c2 because knight takes c2. I don't have knight d3 anymore, which I don't even know if I was wanting to play. Hey, it's JJ. What's up, JJ? Shout out to the last 7 samurai. I think JJ recently played this tournament in St. Louis. I thought I had a JJ command. There we go. Man, getting a lot of raids recently. Again, if you're just joining, I'm playing chess. Trying to come up with a move here. I'm thinking h5 is just a simple improving move. If f4 the knight's supported, although h5 might induce h3. Another move is queen c7. The problem with queen c7, I don't know what it really accomplishes. But maybe like it does give a square for the knight to move back. What else to do? Another idea is h6 g5, knight g6, but weakens f5. It'd be nice to find a move which makes some sort of threat. I'd really love to make something like rook takes e3 work. I'm not seeing how that's possible. thinking another idea. I'm really just trying to go through all my resources, like f5, and it weakens e6. E6 also just looks unnecessarily weakening. So I was looking at a line h5, h3, queen c7, f4, knight d7, and then knight c6. And then there's like knight b8. There's also queen c7 right away. Yeah, rook d1, it didn't seem so annoying at first, but... Hey, it's photo chess. Shout out to Maria. That's like the third raid this game. Thank you, Maria. If you're just joining, I've been thinking for the last like 3 minutes on this move.
Lova raid.
Oh, Lova raid. Yeah, Miss Lova. Hope you had a good stream. I'm really not sure what to do here. Like h5, h3. And f4 would be a threat. Oh, there's a cool idea, like after f4, bishop h6. I'm not sure. Wait, one more time. Here. So I'm a little bit concerned about f5 too. But then knight moves back. Knight c6, knight b8. We trade. And then f5. Then I have rook c2. Rook c2. I'm really not sure here. Another thought is just to play a5 and then a4 and like someday try and create some weakness on the queen side. I feel like that's just too slow. h5, h3. Okay, I'm going to think silently for probably the next minute at least. Okay, I have a slightly newer idea. Something that I didn't look at so closely, but it was rook c7. Idea that the queen should be on c8. So I was so fixed on h5, but I think the prospect of f5 is just too weakening for black. With rook c8, if white wants to prepare f4, they start with h3. And I play queen c8, f4, knight d7, and if here I have knight b8. I think that's a better version for me. But am I blundering rook c7, bishop d2? Hopefully not. There's rook d3. Rook d3, f4 I take. I've spent enough time. Let's play rook c7. Okay. Spent a long time there. I didn't mute myself. I just stopped talking. Which I guess is, in some sense, muting myself. Thank you, Cryptic Spinach. Subbing for the first time. So, yeah, I'm basically setting up the true Alekhein's gun, which is the queen in the very back. And I guess I'm just trying to create harmony among the pieces, because the rook would then defend the pawn, and the queen wants to get out the way so knight can maybe improve itself, or at least just not get trapped. And I put the ball back in white's court, because now it's up to white to try and find a way to continue here. And yeah, the nice thing about the queen going back to c8 is it still would cover g4, so in the event of f4 too soon, knight g4, it should be very fine for black. Thank you, Math Memer. First time Prime sub. Okay, h3 was a bit expected. Very strategic game. Going into this line. Yeah, the reason why it took so long was because of this idea. Like, knight c6 looks quite difficult to meet, but I like the prospect of knight b8, just to try and simplify. There's also the prospect of bishop takes d4 and rook c2, which I would give away my beloved bishop. Okay, so we're going into exactly what I was calculating. Knight b8, it defends a pawn, so I'm not getting brutally forked. And I just want to trade off the knights. Oh, Irish chess player. Did you know if you say space ghettos in an American accent, it sounds like Spice Girls in a Scottish accent? I don't know how to do a Scottish accent. Space ghettos? Did that sound like Spice Girls? Also, yeah, I'm still live. I've been live for over 3.5 hours. It's turning into a somewhat long stream, but hopefully an instructive one. Having a lot of slower paced games today. My goal is to get an established rating, which it's more difficult than I initially thought. Yeah, someday I'll make it to Ireland and Northern Ireland. What else is in the area? Isle of Man. Okay, do I take it? We could repeat once. I mean, bishop takes d4, it's a very big commitment. Because dark squares look weak, but it allows for rook c2, so it's kind of a trade-off. I might be winning a pawn there. The question is, how weak are the dark squares? Because if rook d2, I take, and then rook c2, there's queen a5, though. I might repeat once. I'll see what White is up to. Always repeat once or twice, but not 3 times. I mean, one reason behind this move, we've already had this position again, or already had this position before, but I'm just trying to burn time off White's clock. And I've already made up my mind what I'll do if White goes for repetition. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just going for this. Now I'm having second thoughts. But the point is, after takes here, rook d2, I can just kind of chill. There's rook d1. Takes rook c1. That looks okay. So again, very committal. It looks bad. My king is... It's a bit naked on the dark squares, but... Okay, I have initiative. If White's not careful, I play rook c2, and then White's king will be more of a target. And yeah, if White defends properly here, this could end up just being a long kind of endgame grind. But it's imbalanced. Bishop versus knight. White has a bit more space, but a lot of things are traded, so space isn't as meaningful as it would be if like all the pieces were still on the board. Yeah, I'm realizing there's still this line to consider, like takes, rook c2, queen a5, and even a move like rook e2 is interesting. Hitting the pawn from behind. Because a6 is defended there. I guess there's e5. That was crazy line, like queen c2, queen d8, king g7, takes with check. King h6, queen f8, king g4, g4, or king h5, g4. Rook's on e2 in that line. King h4, queen h6, king g3. That's a funny line. I'm pretty sure that's just bad for black somehow. But it's up to White to calculate as well. Yeah, it looks like a subway map. Wow, queen f3. So White's going for this, and this. Yeah, the thing is, I take f5 and rook bc2. And if takes, I'm the first one to bite. So, I mean, white might have to play like bishop f2 or rook f2, but then I think I'll be very satisfied. And it's hard to stop rook c2 as well. Like, there's no rook c1. I have the battery. There's no, like, immediate threat against the king either. Like, the queen would like to teleport here or here, but not easy to do. I'm realizing maybe it's still not so simple, though. Rook c2 takes is the line where we trade. Ah, but then I hit e4. Okay, let's go for this. I was calculating a crazy line. Takes, queen c2, rook f2, and if I take the rook, then there's takes, king f8, bishop g7, and then white promotes, and then probably end up getting mated. But thankfully in that line, after takes, wait, no. It's white's move. So takes, we take out everything on g2, here. I don't have to take the rook, but rather I take the pawn. And then eventually I take the other pawn. So it's important it would be check. Hey, it's Rafrica. Yeah, Rafrica flexing the GM sub badge, which I made yesterday. Did some updates. Okay, I think I can happily take here now. And then get ready to bring the knight in. Could start with this, although I think I'd rather accelerate the knight to e5. Yeah, if you can't become a GM in chess, you can become a GM in chat by subbing for 44 months. All right, let's take here. Okay, this worked out surprisingly well. Because white gave away the a2 pawn, going for some attack, but yeah, the attack really isn't working out. And if anything, it's me who's going to be attacking very soon. What kind of tea is fueling the stream? It's pumpkin spice. I still have a large pot. The tea is getting to be room temperature, unfortunately, but it's good tea. It's Adagio. It came from an Adagio fall variety pack sent to me by Robert E. We have the same IKEA teapot. Yeah. I did get this teapot from IKEA. It's nice though. It's functional. It stores a lot of liquid. Okay. If I play queen c2, there's this move. If I play this, it's still a matter of technique. Yeah, I kind of like knight e5 actually. Takes, rook f1, f6. Here and then here. Yeah, I don't mind trading off all the minor pieces. Hey, thank you, Tamakoi. Gifting to Kaimask. Okay, now I can play queen c2. Hitting the rook and this pawn. Also targeting some other pawns, which for the time being are defended, but it's good to have a lot of pressure points. So rook e1 looks maybe like the only move. Yeah, this is turning into a pretty long stream. I should stretch more. I really want to get my classical rating to a point where it'll appear in the top list. Okay, queen g2 doesn't work. White's not actually threatening to win this thing because the queen's tied down to defending g2. So what I might do here is play a5. I guess white then has h5. Another thought is queen d2 and oh no, it doesn't invite rook f1. I guess it invites takes in rook f1, but then queen d4 and I win the pawn. Queen d2. Queen d2, there's bishop e3. Another idea is rook a3, but then takes. Okay, I'll start with queen d2. Wait, there's queen d3 as well. I didn't even consider. But queen d3 would blunder bishop e5. Okay, I have to be careful a little bit here. Oh, there's a funny line. Wow, there's really funny line. Okay, queen d2. The funny line only works if bishop e3. I think. Wait, it doesn't work at all. I was thinking bishop e3, knight f3. But then there's just pawn takes and the thing is still defended. I was also thinking bishop c3, knight f3, but yeah, there's no funny lines here. If the queen gets attacked, I probably have to move the queen again. Yeah. It's good I realized that. Because it looks like I cut off the queen from defending the bishop, but the rook still defends the bishop. And yeah, here I'm thinking queen d3. Still looking for tactics, but yeah, let's go for queen d3. Queen h4. I'm taking time. Yeah, let's go for this. I was looking at queen h4 hitting the pawn. I was just trying to figure out what I do against that move. But I realized I have rook e2, which looks nice. A nice thing here, the bishop is somewhat pinned to the queen. If bishop f2, I don't mind trading, and then going after the b3 pawn. Yeah, rook c1. I was gonna say I have rook c2. I could also take the pawn, but I don't think I want to allow rook c8, and it's probably fine. Takes, check here. I'll play rook c2. I'm being extra careful here. But sometimes it's just a matter of minimizing counterplay before the opponent can really achieve anything. Oh, hi to everyone. Everyone's so welcoming. Hi, hi, hi. Yeah, from now on, you're only allowed to say hi in the chat. It's really hard to focus now. White wants to win a pawn, but I want to win a pawn. I also want to win a bishop. Yeah, this is a high only mode. Violators will be banned. Or not. I'm too lazy to ban everyone who's not saying hi. Okay, I want to fork. Can I play queen f3? Oh, this pawn is still hanging. Oh, there's another funny line. Okay, so check, and I'll win this pawn. And then when white takes on e7, I could win the bishop, but even better is knight f3 or knight g4 to win the queen. Okay, another game down. Oh, I had another tab open. I wanted to pause and sleep. One more game. Okay. The problem is, yeah, when you have the tournament open in another tab, it just starts the game automatically. Oh, what to do? This might be my final game. Almost 2,500. Who's a top classical player on Lichess? Classical 9. Ooh, 100%. Let's go. I was at 99% earlier. Top classical player is 2528. I feel like it's doable. But that requires 50 more points. I've never been the top anything at anything. Or have I? I've never been a top player on Lichess in any rating category. I've been top 50 in various things. Like Ultra Bullet or Horde maybe. But top 50 classical, I feel like that's like the holy grail maybe. I'm number one in your heart. Well, that's kind. Okay, opponent's taking their time here. I mean, this is still theory. Knight d2. I showed this this exact position the other day, actually, to Andrea Botes. We had a whole London lesson, and this is one of the key positions. And the reason for knight d2 rather than c3 is queen b6 is annoying. After c3, that's already a better line for black. But with knight d2, if black plays queen b6, I can safely take. If queen b2, there's rook b1. So we'll see what black is up to. Oh, I forgot to play e4 again. I'm sorry about that. Maybe I'll play e4 at some point in the near future. A delayed e4. Okay, we'll go into the main line. There are a few moves for black. Queen a2 is very risky. As far as I know, is knight b3? I think it's to start with bishop e5. I'm trying to remember if I showed Andrea this other day. I don't think I did. Now I'm thinking knight b3. So knight b3 controls a5. And the goal is to trap the queen, but it's easier said than done. Now, the other day we had, like, we did have some discussion over positions like this, but usually the queen was going to c3 and not taking the pawn. But as far as I know, white has like very good compensation, and black is already in some trouble. Like, there is kind of a hidden threat with this move, which I'm going to avoid saying for now. Wow, e5. e5. Does that work? That's crazy if e5 works. Thinking I can just take. Takes. The other consideration is takes, but I'm not sure about ef4. Take on d7, knight d7, queen. Queen d5 is not playable because takes. So the line I'm looking at is takes. I mean, it looks pretty good to me. Let's do it. Yeah, so I will say, actually, I don't want to say anything before my opponent moves. The first thing I'll say, it looks like this blunders a piece. Because black can take, and then I'm I'm temporarily going down a piece because if I take, I lose a bishop, or if I take on d7, then the knight takes. But the point is that the queen is going to be trapped in certain lines. Another thing I'll say is that earlier, I was threatening in this position, when I played knight b3, I was threatening to take and then play rook a1 and bishop e5 and trap the queen. Now, e5 was a way of trying to disturb that threat. But it's still looking good for me. I'm very curious what Black's gonna try and come up with here. I wonder what this means. Knight b1 to z2. Where would z2 be? Z2 would be like really far this way. Also, if the chessboard extended to z2, what color square would z2 be? I think z2 would be a dark square. Right? It would have to be the same color as b2. Because z is it's an even letter. z2, the shadow realm. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I think it's very likely we'll get a situation where I will end up winning the queen and Black gets like a rook and minor piece for the queen. Or if Black tries to go out of their way to save the queen, then like the whole position could crumble for Black. In the event of trade, I take f6, take d5, take d7, etc. If the chessboard was 26 squares looped around. Ah, knight to z2. I guess that's true. It's weird to conceptualize a board that loops around. I'm trying to remember what I studied. I took a course in college. It was Calculus 3. I feel like we studied some kind of planes that looped around. It was confusing. Okay, Black taking their time. In my London course, I do share like one example of a line where Black takes on e2, and it was actually a game I played against a GM entitled Tuesday, where they allowed bishop e5, rook to a1. I'm very curious how Black's gonna fight here. Wow. Not a move I was expecting. I mean, the idea is knight c3.
Wouldn't the board go right around? And z2 would be on the left of the a file?
But left of a file. I don't know. Oh, z2 would be here, right? Did I say here? Okay, this position is confusing enough. I want to play this move and then sack both rooks and then mate, but the problem is queen c2. Knight e4, what a move. So maybe I play rook a1 first. Rook a1 here and then take. Could just calmly castle. And so many things are happening in this position. I'm just trying to internalize. There's a funny line: queen d5, queen b1, king e2, queen c2, king f3, queen f2, king takes e4, queen takes g2. And that's probably bad for me. Knight f3. Yeah, I don't want to go into that. So rook a1, queen b2, queen d5. Here, king f1. And if this, then probably... Ooh. Maybe I would take first, takes and then takes. And then eventually bishop e5. There's line bishop e7, bishop e5 hitting the queen. Allowing queen c2, and then bishop g7, rook g8, bishop f6. Queen d3, king g1. I think it's okay. Oh, thank you, Chess Kid. Raiding with a nice party. Shout out to Chess Kid. If you're just joining, I'm drawing pictures. I'm drawing arrows. I'm unleashing my inner Picasso. Okay, now the difficult part is to remember the first move I was thinking of. I think it was rook a1. And it looks pretty forcing too. And the queen has to save itself. And then queen takes d5, threatening some mating ideas. And I wouldn't be surprised if there were actually multiple ways to win instead of rook a1, but this looks to be the most straightforward. I'm not castling. Yeah, I know according to opening principles, you are supposed to castle, but there are times where you just go straight for the throat. Because black hasn't castled either. Now I'm realizing black could maybe want to castle queenside. But I don't know if there's ever a time, because when I take on d5, I'll be threatening the knight. And this looks kind of self-destructive for black, because I have the a-file, the bishop piercing through. Question, does queen c1 work? Queen c1 maybe was some idea? May have been another way to like trap the queen. But I think queen c1, black would get like a rook and minor piece for it. In this case, I'm not winning the queen, but it looks like I'm just getting a massive attack for it. Or massive attack for not winning the queen. Yeah, because now the bishop, the pawn, and the knight are hit. My rook's defended. Black has one reasonable check, and then king f1. Yeah, after the game I can analyze. I'm expecting this move. I think there's no reason for black not to include it. Especially because if my king goes to f1, then I have to be a little bit cognizant of the bishop taking on b5 with check. So the line I was calculating earlier was this: queen c3, king f1, knight e5, we trade on d7, I take. After bishop e7, I play this move, hitting the queen and the pawn. And after takes, I take on g7. So the knight would be hanging, but the rook would also be hanging. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Oh, welcome to Joker time. Came over from YouTube. Yeah, appreciate the first time viewers here. How are you so much better than someone who's only 400 points lower than you? Not sure how to answer that. There's different things that separate players who are like a few hundred points apart. Part of it is like opening preparation. Like this, I think the reason why I'm probably getting a winning advantage very early this game was just because I knew the opening quite well. Like this is all theory. Black was already taking time early on. Another difference can be like just tactical calculation, positional understanding, experience in different types of positions, time management. Okay, so king f1. Oh, just realized there's knight d2, but then it should be okay. Yeah, knight d2 I don't think scares me. I mean, there's a funny line actually. Knight takes d2, oh no my rook, oh no my other rook, plus a bomb cloud, and then checkmate. So maybe there's a case where I sack both rooks for mate. That move was unexpected. I'm trying to make sense of this move. I want to take the knight with my knight. I also have this move. I'm cutting this, 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 this. That's a funny line. Maybe I would like... How do I save the king there? Like 93. I mean, f7's hanging. It's like the simple pawn to capture. But then king d8, and it's not entirely clear, actually. Take on c6. Or maybe it is. Wait, I should just brute force calculate. King d8, take on c6. There's even king c8. King c8, I have rook a7. One more time. Takes, here, here. There's pawn takes. If bishop takes, I was thinking rook d1. Which looks quite nice. And there's so many lines I want to play. And everything looks winning. It's just about choosing one. Yeah, I'm drawn to this line. And then even like this right away. Let's start by taking. Knight takes e5 may have been a bit fancier, but I'm just trying to be clean. And now bishop g5. I'm thinking rook d1 immediately. I'd also take. No, takes. It's like the same weird line, king e2, knight d4. It looks winning, but I'm not entirely sure. It's just a big mess. Because I take and then bishop takes with check and my king's on the run. It should be winning though. What if I take the knight? Wait. Takes. Oh. Maybe I'll just take and then pawn takes and then take with bishop. And if bishop takes rook d1. And there's a lot of things that can block randomly, but... And then whenever the king moves to c8, it's mate. Yeah, let's go for that. Okay, I'm just trying to find a simple like knockout blow. I'm sure everything's winning though. The thing is, I'm a little bit tired and it's so easy for me to like overlook simple things, especially after several hours of playing chess. So I'm just trying to finish strong and not fall apart before the finish line. Yeah, so the idea is bishop c6. Everything's covered. Queen c4 doesn't work. Yeah, knight defends a rook. Queen defends c4. Now I hit the rook. Actually, if bishop takes, there's rook d1, which is probably strongest. There's also queen c7 and start winning stuff. Ah, you came here to watch Blitz tricky games. Oh, you're getting classical. Well, it's still tricky classical games, though. Some people saying bishop e6. Bishop e6 gets mated in one. Yeah, I don't think there's a defense here. I mean, maybe black can delay mate, but at the very least, I'll win a rook. And still probably mate eventually. So I move 16. It feels like a long game so far. It's the nature of classical chess. Yeah, there's just no counterplay for black. Also, the knight's tied down to defending the bishop. Bishop g5. I mean, there's so many resources for white. So I have a feeling this will be my last game, even though like I really wanted to get my rating higher. Let me see. Classical. Because my deviation, deviation is 101. What does it need to be on the list? Like 75? Oh, 75 and lower. I think earlier it was 111, so I'm making progress. Hey, thank you, Gabagool. Gifting to Arthur, shake my head. Yeah, so the way that ratings work, I don't know so much, but there's a number called rating deviation based off of how many games you've played and how often you play. And if you stop playing for a while, which was the case for me in classical chess, the deviation goes up and the rating becomes more volatile. So it's all supposed to make sense. But I need to lower my deviation to get a more established rating. But thankfully, there's no more question mark next to my rating anymore. So rook c8. Okay, bishop g5 comes to mind. Bishop g5 forces king c7? And then, I mean, I want to calculate like rook a7 takes... Am I mating there? Not seeing it. Maybe now I can take the knight. And then, oh no, both my rooks. I actually like that. Knight takes knight. Leaving all my things hanging. Except my queen. It's actually nice that knight controls a6, so it prevents queen a6 check. Okay, making sure. I said earlier I was going to try and find like the simplest way to win. This is one of the more complicated approaches. But it's maybe the cleanest. Cleanest? Or the most efficient. Oh no, both my rooks. Ah. Yeah, the nice thing is, even though both of these things are hanging, if black takes either one, I just mate on d7. Because whichever piece remains will be supporting the queen for the mate. If bishop takes e6, it's mate in one. If queen takes a1, king e2, there's really no more great checks. I mean, there's bishop g4, but then f3. And then all of black's things are hanging. I'd be threatening the bishop, the queen, and mate in one. Ah, it's a queenist way to win. Yeah, the goal is to mate before move 20. If I were black here, maybe I would play queen c4, hoping that white doesn't see the queen is hit from a distance. I'm also threatening knight b7 mate. Hey, it's knight b7, mate. Mission accomplished. Okay. That was pleasant. Being shadowing my knight. Okay, yeah, quickly we can analyze. Some people were saying queen c1, but I'm not sure where. So I think knight b3, yeah, knight b3 is the way to go to prevent queen a5. And then e5 was played, and yeah, I took. Yeah, I was more expecting e6, which there's been 5 games in Lichess database. e6 would lose a queen due to takes. It's important to take to remove the knight from controlling the square, because after whatever takes back, here, bishop traps a queen. Thank you, OB805. So going back, yeah, black has to play either this or this, which are difficult moves to find. And then, yeah, again, the point was if knight, takes, there's rook a1. Okay, pretty clean game. Lichess says I made 1 inaccuracy. What? It says knight b3 was inaccurate. Wants me to castle. Huh. But knight b3 still keeps some advantage. Okay, pretty clean. I mean, that's the nature of getting some nice opening prep. And then, yeah, these lines, like, everything's winning. Okay. Was knight takes e4 the best move? Don't know if there's ever knight takes e4 available. Oh, Obi says I'm going to be joining St. Louis Chess Club next week. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, if you're in St. Louis and you play chess, definitely makes sense to be a member of the chess club. Anyway, let me pause the tournament. How do I pause the tournament? Pause. Don't start a new game. There we go. Okay. Anyway, I hope people enjoyed the games. I don't stream classical chess too often, but it's nice once in a while. Slow down. Have time to calculate. So, I'm probably going to put this whole stream on the VODs channel on YouTube. It's my extra channel. We have the extra command. Big thank you to everyone who tuned in, especially to those who gave their supports, who subbed and resubbed and gifted subs and cheered and had good vibes. Also, thanks to the raiders. Got a lot of raids this stream. Gotham Chess from earlier. If you came from a raid, hope you enjoyed the content. And now let's send the love somewhere. Yeah, let's raid one of the people streaming this tournament. I'll send the raid to Art Vega. Who I don't think I've raided in a long time, but yeah, he's he's been streaming for 6 hours, over 6 hours. Okay, send some good energy. And I'll be back in the near future. Goodbye to everyone.